Yeah, do you hear me when I speak? You hear me? No. From the when I stop now, I'm going to speak. Then you call me to tell me whether you hear me or not. Okay? No. From the when I stop now, then you call me to tell me whether you hear me or not. Hello, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Does anybody in the class hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right. So now we are going to discuss partial equilibrium analysis. I have three topics to discuss with you. The first one is production. Now, the second one is partial equilibrium analysis. And then the third one is market structure. Okay. I'm going to start with partial equilibrium analysis because, in my opinion, it's a continuation of what you've done under demand and supply. And it doesn't require me giving you slides or presenting slides. So, partial equilibrium analysis, just like I said, is a continuation of demand. In fact, it's a continuation of demand, theory of demand, and then theory of supply. Now, when you discuss theory of demand with my colleagues, you were told there's something called demand, effective demand, etc., etc. Then you have the demand schedule. The demand schedule is a table where you write the prices of a commodity a demander is demanding for, and then the quantities of the commodities. When price is 0 or when price is 10, what's the quantity? When price is 9, what's the quantity? When price is 8, in other words, how many units of that commodity a demander or consumer, I prefer calling them demander, the demander to buy. When price is 9, how many units is he buy? Down to when price is maybe 1, how many units? So we call that a demand schedule. Now, from that demand schedule, you can plot a demand curve. Generally, a demand curve is downward sloping like a C on a PQ diagram. That's on a framework. P, price line, is the y-axis in mathematics. Quantity line is the x-axis in mathematics. And then you have the origin 0, okay? So you plot price versus quantity or quantity versus price. And then you have something that slopes downward when the good is a normal good. So when that good has that shape or a shape that way, you talk about normal demand. But when the shape of the GD curve, demand curve, takes another dimension, looks differently from that C shape or curve, then that demand is said to be abnormal or is said to be exceptional. Okay, you have cases like that. And, there are 5 or 6 types of abnormal or exceptional demand curves representing demand situations. For example, when goods are a necessity, they don't have the normal GD curve, okay, etc., etc. Now, then you have changes in quantity demanded. Now, when you plotted think of a straight line that moves from the left to the right, sloping downward. Okay, a straight line, just a straight line. That's an approximation of a normal GD curve. Now, when you move along that line, either upward or downward, then we talk about changes in quantity demanded. But a change in demand has to do with the whole DD curve moving upward, moving to the right, upward and to the right, or the old demand curve moving from where it was inside, that's closer to the origin. Okay? So if I have DD curve, if it moves farther away from the origin, that's to the right of the old demand curve, or you go back to the old demand curve and it moves close to the origin, that is to the left of the old demand curve, then we are dealing with, or we are talking about changes in demand. Now, changes in quantity demanded have causes. That means there are reasons why we move up and down the DD curve. On the other hand, there are other reasons or determinants of the movement of the whole demand curve from where it was, either to the right, that's farther away to the right, or to the left, that's closer to the origin than the former DD curve. Now, you've been taught this. I'm just trying to bring you back to it. Then we have factors or determinants influencing demand. Okay? If you are talking about quantity demanded, price is the main thing. Price will make you move along the DD curve, either upward, that is closer to the y-axis, that is price axis, or downward, closer to the x-axis or q-axis, quantity axis. P stands for price, Q stands for quantity. So when I say q-axis or x-axis, I mean downward, okay? Close to the... Now, we have types of demand, types of demand. Please, can you mute if you have to talk to somebody? Please mute yourself up. If you have to discuss with somebody, mute yourself, okay? But if you talk with somebody while you are on air, then you disturb every one of us, and that is not allowed. So you have types of demand. You know, you have, if you have two goods, then they could be competing with one another. We call them substitutes. Okay, for example, Fanta and Coke may be substitutes. If you need one and you don't find it, and the seller may suggest to you, why not take this one? Can you take this one instead, etc. So some goods are substitutes, some goods are complements, some goods are this, some goods are not related at all. So those are the types. You must have been taught them. Now, we go to supply. Again, I've said the normal demand curve, if it's a straight line, that's an approximation of the real demand curve. So it moves from the left down to the right in the PQ axis or in the PQ diagram, okay? So now that's the normal. Any other thing that's a demand curve that does not look like that, it's exceptional or abnormal. Now we go to a supply curve. Supply has to do with you or somebody producing or buying, then taking the goods to the market to sell. That's what we call supply. So again, we have a supply schedule. It looks like the demand schedule, but of course, they're not the same thing. And then from that supply schedule, you have a supply curve. I mean, from that supply schedule, you can produce or draw a supply curve. Now, the supply curve is different from the demand curve in the sense that it moves from left now to the right, sloping upward, while the normal demand curve moves from left to right, sloping downward. So under normal circumstances, a demand curve and the supply curve must meet. at least at one point. Generally, it's 1 point. And we like it to be 1 point. So we are convinced that what we call equilibrium now is stable. Okay? So when the DD curve slanting downward from left to right, and then the SS curve slanting upward from left to right, they necessarily meet. They have to meet. If they don't meet, then there's no equilibrium. And we in economics, we are interested in equilibrium. We are going to discuss what equilibrium is now. Okay? So they have to meet at a point. That point is extremely important. Now, all the other things we've talked about, demand, there's normal demand curve, we have normal supply curve, exceptional demand curve, we have exceptional supply curves. Then changes in quantity demanded, we have changes in quantity supplied. Again, you are navigating along the SS curve, either upward or downward. That has to do with changes in quantity demanded. But changes in the supply curve will have to do with the movement of the whole supply curve either outward to the left or inward to the right. In the case of the DD curve, we're moving outward and to the right. The whole line moves from where it was up, outward, and to the right. Then the whole curve may move inward and to the left. That is closer to zero, the origin now. Okay? So that is with the DD curve. Now with the SS curve, you'll move outward and to the left, or inward and to the right. Those are the two. That's it for quantity demanded, and then changes in quantity demanded, um, changes in quantity supplied, and then changes in supply. Now, factors influencing supply, there are many. Why is it that you can produce more now than you could produce yesterday? Okay, that we call them determinants of supply. Now, when only price is involved, you'll have a movement along the supply line or supply curve. Anything other than changes in price will move the whole supply line or supply curve from where it was, either outward and to the left or inwards and to the right. If supply is more, then you have a movement from where it was inward and to the right. When supply is less now, you'll have a movement from where it was outward and to the left. That has to do with the supply curve or supply line. Okay, so you have been taught this. At times, demand moves at the same time as supply moves. That is, the demand curve moves either inward and to the left or outward and to the right. At the same time, supply curve moves inward and to, or outward. Now, whatever happens, as economists, what we are interested in is we look out for the new equilibrium point where the new DD line and the new SS line meet. If the former line was DODO, the new line will be D1D1. We always give them names, so we can trace the movements. So if the former line was SOSO, the new line now, that's where the former line lands now. The new line, SS line, will be S1, S1. And if the condition changes from S1, S1, we'll move to S2, S2. So SOSO, S1, S1, S2, S2, S3, S3, just be following depending on what they're asking you to do, the line where it moves, you SO, S1, S2, S3, etc. The same thing applies to DO, DO. Now, they must have told you. Now, the next thing we are talking about now is price elasticity of demand. They must have taught you that. Now, price elasticity of demand. Now, let me just give you a scenario. Now, imagine a good is 10 naira per unit, a piece. You want to buy maybe bonds or whatever they tell you, 10 naira, and you have 100 naira. You can buy 10 pieces of that. Now, if you are used to buying 10 pieces for 10 naira, and then one day they tell you bonds now, the price of bonds is 15 naira. You may react. Why is it 15 naira? I've been buying it for 10 naira a piece. Why is it 15 naira? Then the seller will tell you, prices of things have gone up. So please bear with us. Maybe when prices come down, we too will lower our prices and so on. I say, no, I can't buy this thing for 15 naira. You may decide to go. Or somebody will say, okay, why not make it 14 naira so I can buy? We call that haggling. You talk over the price. Call that haggling in economics. You haggle, and then you arrive at, okay, 13 naira per bond or 12 naira per bond, or okay, so you buy. But of course, you will not buy as many as you used to buy when the price was 10 naira a piece. So this reaction of the demander with respect to or as a result of change in price is what we call elasticity of demand. Some people are very rich. You say, how much is it? 15 naira a bounce. I used to buy 10 naira. It's 15 naira. Okay, give me 10. So they will not bother. So their reaction is zero because they have money or because they love the good so much. They can't do without it. They'll buy. In that case, the good has become a necessity to them. But to you who don't have enough money, or you who are wise enough to see that the value of the good you're buying cannot be equated to 15 naira, that the price is too high for you, you react. Either you want lowering the price or you will leave. Or instead of buying 10 units like you used to buy, you will buy 5, or you'll buy 3, or you buy 2 just to taste, and then you go. Okay? So this behavior is captured under what we call price elasticity of demand. You are reacting to the change in price, you being a demander, you being the consumer, and you are not happy that prices have gone up. So you reduce the quantity you wanted to buy, or you buy the same quantity you wanted to buy, but you grumble. In that case, the elasticity is zero because you bought the same quantity as you used to buy before. You've just grumbled, but that's not unnoticed. The seller will note that you have grumbled. And if there's somebody else who grumbles and grumbles and grumbles, the man will sit and say, maybe my prices are high or whatever. Okay, now elasticity, price elasticity of demand is the responsiveness of demand for a good to changes in the price of that good. Price elasticity of demand is the responsiveness, the reaction. But the technical economic word is responsiveness. When you respond, you react. Okay? In this case, the reaction is negative. I don't like it. I mean, I bought something yesterday for 10 hours. Today is 15 hours. Okay? Because the amount of money you need to spend is limited. We call that a budget. The budget you have is limited. It's not open that you have money as much as you want. No. So when prices change, that irritates you. When prices go up, that irritates you. So this irritation of the person buying, whom we call demander or consumer, is what we call price elasticity of demand. And it is defined as the responsiveness of demand for a good to changes in the price of that good. Okay, we have a formula for that. EDP, price elasticity of demand. Capital E, lowercase d, lowercase p. Price elasticity of demand is in mathematics, mathematically defined as the percentage change in the quantity demanded of a good divided by the percentage change in the price of that good. Okay, so again, you can write equals. Now I say it again. Price elasticity of demand for a good is the percentage change in the quantity demanded of that good, all over percentage change in the price of that good. So we can write equals Q2 minus Q1 divided by Q1 all over P2 minus P1, close the bracket, P2 minus P1 divided by P1 times 100 over 1. Numerator times 100 over 1. Denominator times 100 over 1. I take it again. Now, price elasticity of demand is the percentage change in quantity demanded all over of a good, excuse me, all over percentage change in the price of that good. So mathematically, it is Q2 minus Q1 in brackets divided by Q1 all over P2 minus P1 in brackets divided by P1. Now, when you go to the numerator, right, times 100 over 1, you come to the denominator, right, times 100 over 1. Now, that times 100 over 1 is very important to us economists because you are dealing with percentage change. So that 100 over 1 numerator will cancel the 100 over 1 denominator. But as a good economist, that 100 over 1 must be there on the numerator and must be there on the denominator because it tells us you are dealing with percentage changes. Okay? Any question? Please, 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 you're on air. We don't need to hear your conversation. Okay, now that's price elasticity of demand. It is caused by a change in the price of a good. Normally, when the price of a good increases, we are not happy as we, the buyers or the consumers or the demanders, we are not happy because we want to buy as much as we can with the limited budget we have. Okay, so we calculate price elasticity. Now, okay, let me go to income elasticity of demand. Income elasticity of demand. That's another concept. Income elasticity of demand comes as a result of the change in the amount of money you took to market to buy goods with. You used to have 100 naira to buy bonds. Now, when the price of bonds changed from 10 naira per unit to 15 naira, you complained. Because with 100 naira, you will not have 10 units anymore. So we could calculate the price elasticity of demand to you with respect to the bonds. Now, it is not the price that changes. It is the income you have that changes. Your father used to give you 100 naira every morning. Buy bonds, buy whatever. You chose to buy bonds. So now your father gives you 80 naira every morning. The price of bonds remains the same, 10 naira. But with 80 naira, you cannot have 10 pieces of bonds, 10 pieces of bonds, okay? So again, we're going to see how you react to the change in your income that is caused by maybe your father lost a job, or your father has some other things to do, or your father feels you are taking too much bonds or whatever, okay? So now it is your income that is varied, or that has changed. Income elasticity of demand. So it is the responsiveness of demand for a good to changes in the demander's income. It is the responsiveness of the good to changes in the demander's income. So income is generally denoted Y. Price is generally denoted P. So now we have E D Y, capital E D Y, that is income elasticity of demand, equals percentage change in quantity demanded of a good all over percentage change in the income of the demander or the consumer of that good. Percentage change in quantity demanded all over percentage change in income, for short. Again, now the formula here would be Q2 minus Q1 in brackets all over Q1 times 100 over 1 all over, now we are talking about denominator, all over Y2 minus Y1 in brackets divided by Y1 times 100. Q2 here, Q2 here is quantity after. Q1, quantity as original quantity. Quantity at the beginning is Q1. Quantity after income has increased, which we bought, is Q2. Then Y1 is your income at the beginning. Y2 is your income after income has reduced or increased. So we say after income has varied. Now this formula could also be represented as E dy equals percentage sign. Then you have delta, a small triangle, delta, then QD. Delta QD is change in quantity demanded all over percentage sign, delta Y. That is percentage change. Delta stands for change in income because Y stands for income. So these things should not confuse you. Just take some time, try to understand them. They're very easy to understand. But if you don't take time to understand them now, you're going to find life difficult because you'll be confusing them, all over the place. Okay. Now, we have another type of elasticity. We call that cross elasticity of demand. Cross, like the cross, sign of the cross for Christians. Okay, cross. Cross CROSS, elasticity of demand. Now here, you are a demander. You are in front of two goods. We say you face two goods. That means you want to buy two goods. You face two goods. That's economic language. So you are facing two goods. And these are the goods you used to buy. Maybe the goods that are substitutable, or the goods that are complementary, or the goods that are, well, competitive or substitutable, same thing, etc. You have two goods. Now, when the price of one of the goods rises, what quantity of the other good do you buy? Okay. So once you are faced with two goods, good one has a price called that P1, and the quantity you buy is Q1. Good two, the other good. Good two, number one, two. Good two now is the other good. Of course, you are interested in it. And then it has its own price. Its own price is called P2 now, and the quantity thereof is called Q2. So you have good one, P1, Q1, good two, P2, Q2. Now, you have a fixed budget. If the price of one rises, then you cannot afford to buy the same quantities of goods one and two like you used to buy before. You'll buy one more than the other. And the one you buy, you prefer is the one you are going to buy more than the other. Maybe you come across preference or whatever. Okay. Now, what is the cross elasticity of demand? Cross elasticity of demand is the responsiveness of demand for a good to changes in the price of another good. Let me say it again. It is the responsiveness of demand for good one to changes in the price of good two. Good two is the other good. Good one is the first good. So cross elasticity of demand could be represented as capital E, then D, then C. That C stands for cross. That D stands for demand. And then that capital E stands for elasticity. So cross elasticity of demand is the percentage change in the quantity demanded of good one all over percentage change in the price of good two. Percentage change in the quantity demanded of good one all over percentage change in the price of good two. Instead of calling the first good good one, you can call it good A. And then the second good, instead of calling it good two, you can call it good B. The point is, you just have to differentiate between them. And then again, mathematically, you will have Q2 minus Q1 in brackets divided by Q1. I take it again. Now, in mathematics or mathematically, we say cross elasticity of demand would be equal to Q2 minus Q1 in brackets divided by Q1 times 100 over 1 all over P2 minus P1 in brackets divided by P1. Now, this formula looks like the formula for price elasticity of demand, but there's a difference. With price elasticity of demand, Q2 minus Q1 over Q1, P2 minus P1 over P1 have to do with the same good, the quantity of one good over the price of that good. But with cross elasticity of demand, this quantity we're talking about, Q2, will be of good A minus Q1 of good A, close the bracket, divide by Q1 of good A, and multiply by 100 over 1, all over P2 of good B minus P1 of good B, close the brackets, divided by P1 of good B. If you know what we call square brackets, put everything to square brackets, then multiply by 100 over 1. So you don't confuse them. But for easy grasping, easy understanding of them, just learn price elasticity of demand and know that the quantity and the prices in that formula relate to one and the same good. On the other hand, when you are talking about cross elasticity of demand, you are dealing with two goods now. So you go back to your price elasticity of demand, just recopy it. Then the first quantity is good A, the second price is price of good B. It's very easy. So instead of learning about three formulas, you may learn one formula, price elasticity of demand. When you get to income elasticity of demand, change price with Y. Instead of P2, you have Y2. Instead of P1, you have Y1, and then Y1, okay? And then when it comes to income elasticity of demand, cross elasticity of demand, you still recopy the formula for EDP, but now Q2, Q1 belong to good A, P2, P1 are the prices of good B. So it's in fact one formula, okay? So now the price elasticity of supply is the same thing as price. The formulas are the same. The understanding is the same. Okay? So instead of talking about demand, you simply talk about supply. Instead of EDP, now you have ESP. Okay? For price elasticity of supply. Instead of EDY for income elasticity, S stands for supply. And then cross elasticity, you don't need cross elasticity of demand. If you want cross elasticity of supply, just replace ESC. So you have that. Now, this is what you must have been taught. If you were not taught them, at least I've taught you them today. Okay? So what you need to do is, after this, get a very simple book, just revise. Up to PhD level, these formulas are the same. Just like 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. If you're in primary 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. If you're at the university, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. So important. 1 plus 1 is 2. So these things we're learning, we're going to make them a bit complicated when you move from 100 level to 200 level. But it's the same principle. The same principle. A child has a hand. If you look at the hand of a child, it's very small, but it's a hand. A boxer has a hand. If you look at his hand, it's very big, muscular, but it's still a hand. So there is no practical, no difference really. So now we are going to talk about partial equilibrium analysis. It's a very big name, but it stands for a very simple thing. The concept is a very simple one. Okay? Now, when we talk about partial, then there's something full. It is just a part, it's not full. So partial equilibrium analysis is equilibrium we analyze, but of a singular market. For example, we're interested in tomatoes. We'll not look at pepper, we'll not look at cars, we'll not look at anything. We just concentrate on tomatoes, and that's one market. And we hold every other thing constant. Okay? So we call that partial equilibrium analysis. In this analysis, we are concentrating on one good, one market, ignoring all the other goods, or rather holding them constant. What is happening in the labor market? What's happening in the car market? What's happening in the bread market? What's happening in the whatever market? We hold them constant. We just concentrate on the good we're interested in. So partial equilibrium is the interaction, partial equilibrium analysis, because we want to analyze. It is the interaction of demand and supply of a single good. It is the interaction of demand and supply of a single good in a single given market, assuming the other sectors remain unchanged, assuming conditions in the other sectors remain unchanged, assuming the other sectors are given, G-I-V-E-N. When you say conditions are given, or conditions are constant, conditions remain unchanged. Ceteris paribus, they all mean the same thing. So you choose anyone you're interested in. So again, partial equilibrium analysis has to do with the interaction of demand and supply of a good, should be single, in a given market, assuming or holding other sectors constant, assuming other sectors remain unchanged. That's conditions in other sectors remain unchanged. So we're talking about bonds. If you have your schedule, demand schedule for bond, then you have, when the price is 10 naira, you buy this quantity. When the price is 9 naira, you buy this quantity. When the price is this, you buy this. When the price is this. Once you have that schedule or that table, you plot that. And then that will give you your normal demand curve. If to you, the eating, or purchase, or consumption of bonds is normal, at any rate, it will give you a curve. Then you look at the supplier now, the one preparing the bonds or frying the bonds or whatever. We call him supplier. Now, when you look at his behavior, when the price of bonds is 10 naira per piece, how many is he ready to supply? You write that down. When the price is 9 naira, how many is he ready to supply? Down to when the price is 1 naira, how many is he ready to supply? He may tell you, once the price is 5 naira, I supply 10 units. Once the price is below 5 naira, I don't supply. I'm not interested. That means when the price is 4 naira, it supplies 0. When the price is 3 naira, it supplies 0. down to 1. So the supply curve can be gotten from the supply schedule. The demand curve can be gotten from the demand schedule. And then where the two lines meet, they should meet at one point. That's equilibrium point. So that equilibrium point will be broken into two. If you plotted your graph, please always come for lectures with a pen and paper so you can plot graphs. I love graphs, so you can plot them. So assuming you have the meeting point of DD and SS, call that E. Then draw broken lines from that meeting point called E, parallel to the price axis, just broken lines that get to the quantity axis. Mark that point. Call that point QE. Call that point QE. Then go back to the meeting point that we call the equilibrium point. Now, draw broken lines parallel to the Q axis, that is the X axis, Q axis. Now, moving to, that is moving westward, moving to the price line. Mark where the broken lines touch the price line. You call that point PE. So from our equilibrium point that you get at the intersection of the DD curve and the SS curve, mark that E, draw broken lines parallel to the P-axis touching the Q-axis. You call that point QE, that's equilibrium quantity. Then go back to E, draw broken lines, coming back, that is westward, to the P-axis, where it touches the P-axis, mark it, call that PE. So if you do that with the graph paper, you just read QE as quantity at equilibrium. Maybe it's 5, maybe it's 10, maybe 1 million. Then you go to the on the price axis, you just read it. But generally, we don't have the time to move about with graph paper. So what we do is when we have the two schedules, we plot the DD curve, we plot the XS curve, the SS curve, and of course, at the point of intersection, we have E. What we do is we calculate. So from the demand schedule, you can calculate, you can obtain an equation, a mathematical equation that is based on price and quantity, okay? It's a straight line, generally, okay? Something like Y equals AX plus B. So if you do that, you replace Y with P, you replace X with Q, and then you go to the supply schedule. Okay, you do the same thing. Now, you'll have one equation for demand, QD equals, then you have QS equals, and then you solve that. It's a very simple simultaneous equation, a very simple thing. You can use elimination, you can use this, you can use that, you can use whatever. And then that will give you QD equals this, QS equals this. QE, of course, where QD and QS are equal one to the other. So that is basically what partial equilibrium analysis is. So you can obtain it through a graph, that is graphically. You can obtain it through mathematics, algebra, as algebraically. Okay? So, but generally, when you use mathematics, algebra, it is more precise. Or you use a graph paper, which is equivalent to using, because a graph paper is so, if you draw your lines well, you'll have exactly what your mathematics will give you if you plotted, if you solved the two problems. Now, I'm waiting for, again, when you talk about partial equilibrium, it's just an extension of the demand and supply curves, or demand and supply analysis. Okay? There's no big deal there. But you have to remember, you are concentrating on one good. Concentrating on one good. Could be tomatoes, could be pepper, could be onions, could be cars, it could be whatever. What you're interested in, what you want to analyze. Okay? So you find demand, supply, interaction. That means you would draw the DD curve, you draw the SS curve, and you find out where they meet, the meeting point, very important in economics. We call that equilibrium point. From an equilibrium point, you obtain equilibrium quantity and obtain equilibrium price. Price is extremely important in economics. In fact, it governs almost everything we do. The demander is interested in it, the supply is interested in it, the society is interested in it. Okay? Very, very important. And when price changes, when the price of a good changes, that would that will cause so many other things to change. So many, you may not know, but it's like a wave. When a wave comes, it can sweep so many things and carry so many things, and up to where you cannot imagine the effect will get to. So changes in price are extremely important. Price setting, price variations, or changes in price variation, extremely important, extremely. Of course, I don't know whether, okay, second semester, you may learn about inflation as sustained increase in the prices of goods and services, etc. So price is fundamental. So we always want to know what price is. If I were your father and you told me you were going to school and needed transport money, the first question I'll ask is, how much is it from where we live to campus? You told me 2,000 naira. I said, okay, that's very good. Now, how do you spend this 2,000 naira? Okay, daddy, from this bus stop to this bus stop, I spent 500 naira. From this one to the other one, 200 naira. From that one to the other one, 300 naira. And then that makes it 2,000 naira. Okay, so I'm convinced as an economist, I have to give you 2,000 naira all the time. But if you spend 100 naira from one bus stop to the other, and you had 4 bus stops, that's 4 vehicles to board, I'll make it 400 naira. And you request for 2,000 naira, I'll tell you no. The 2,000 naira is too much compared with 400 naira. Okay, because price is the one determining my reasoning as an economist. So that happens to everything. When you go to buy something, once the price changes, so many things you calculate. You're going to come across them when you get to, other consumer behavior or this one or that one. Even a buyer, a producer has 100,000 naira. He goes to market, wants to buy flour, he does his calculation. What he has done is he has what we call scale of preference, or what we call in English a shopping list. He has made what we call a shopping list. And then, he said, okay, I want to buy flour, 10,000 naira. I want to buy sugar for the one preparing buns, for example. I want to buy sugar, 800 naira. I want to buy yeast, 100 naira. I want to buy this. Then that gives me 100,000 naira. Plus transport money, that's maybe 2,000 naira. That's 102,000 naira. When he goes to market and realizes flour, the price of flour has gone up. That throws up all his calculations or her calculation. He or she will need to sit down take the pen and then recalculate. How much do you say this is now? We'll tell him. We'll sit down, right. How much do you say this is now? The price of this has not changed. Oh, thank God. How much is this one now? You know, they'll write and then reorder the purchasing. Okay. And then, okay, I want you to buy 10 kilograms of flour. Please give me 7 kilograms now. I wanted to buy 1 kilogram of yeast. Please give me half a kilogram now. I wanted to buy. Now, all this will affect the number of bonds he will produce. So if the prices of these goods, what he needs to use, have gone up, then the quantity of the bonds will produce will be less. If he wants to maintain the same amount, the same quantity of bonds, then he will have to add to his budget. He may tell the man he's buying from or the woman he's buying from, look, madam, please, I thought things were fine, but it looks like I need 5,000 naira. I have only 100,000 naira now, but my bill would be 105,000 naira. Please, take this 100,000 naira. When I get home, I'm going to transfer 5,000 naira to you, or I'm going to bring it tomorrow. So, has been forced to spend more than he would ordinarily or he thought he would spend. So that's why price is extremely important to us economists. Do you have any question to ask on this? Please, are there any questions to ask? You unmute, ask your question, then you mute, and then I'll answer. Any question? Any question?
Sir, please, what's the difference between general equilibrium and partial equilibrium?
And that's exactly what I've told you about partial equilibrium. You are interested in one good only, holding all the other conditions in all the other markets constant. Now, general equilibrium will have to do with all the goods and all the services put together. That belongs to macro now, macroeconomics. All the goods and all the services put together. So all the goods will be put in a basket, and one price will be given to them. We call that general price level. And then we find quantity. That's when. Hello, please, can you listen? If you want to discuss with somebody, please mute yourself. Okay, these things are being recorded, and that doesn't say well. It doesn't all go well. It's not a good thing, and that means you are not disciplined. All right. So partial equilibrium has to do with the good you are interested in, and how prices and quantity. That's how demand and supply interact. General equilibrium, all the goods in the economy are considered, all the prices are considered. The price that we'll end up with is called the general price level. The quantity we end up with is the quantity. And then it has to do with the interaction of, what do you call that now? The real sector of the economy and the financial sector of the economy. Don't worry, when you get to 300 level, you start with general equilibrium, and then when you get to 400 level, we'll see it more advanced. And then when you come for masters or you go somewhere for masters, you'll see it. So partial equilibrium has to do with one good, micro. General equilibrium has to do with the whole economy as a whole. Any other question? Any other question? Okay, since there's no other question, I'm going to, let me see. Now, I'm going to introduce, that's not what we are meant to read today, but just because we don't have time. We don't have time left, but we have some 40 minutes left or 37 minutes left. Let me introduce production economics. Now, we have assumed that's not what we had for today, but I just want to say a few things so that next time when we come, we'll not spend too much time. Maybe we'll be able to round up. So now, production has to do with a buyer. Now, say somebody wants to buy bond, a pair of glasses, or wants to buy something. So if you want to buy something, you are the demander or the consumer. Now, then somebody has to produce that thing you want to buy. What I call thing is, in economics, a good. So somebody has to produce the good that somebody else wants to buy. The one who wants to buy it is the consumer or demander. The one who is selling is the producer. Now, the point is this. How does he get the good you want to buy? He may get it through going to market and buying it, then bringing it to sell to you. Well, in economics, we call him a producer as well. He has produced the good. But in real sense, he didn't produce it. He just bought it and brought it to sell it to you. But whether he bought it or that's from a market, from somebody else, or he manufactured it, he produced it by buying the components, putting them together, in the case of cooking, mixing flour with yeast, with water, with sugar, then putting in things, then putting it in the furnace, or whatever.
Okay.
Then baking.
Yes.
They bake it, then they produce it. A car manufacturer will get parts, couple them together, and then sell. He has produced it. A farmer will go to the farm, till the ground, sow seeds, water them. After 3 months, after 6 months, after 1 year, we'll harvest them, we'll take them to market. That's production. So production is a very wide concept, but it has to do with you starting with something and bringing out something new from it. Okay? We call that creating utility. So you bring out something new, and we call that production. You have produced something. But again, if somebody needs mangoes now, and then I take up that responsibility to supply these mangoes, I may go to market to buy the mangoes and bring them and sell them. To that extent, you can call me a supplier or a producer, but in fact, I'm just a supplier, I'm not a producer because I'm not the one who farmed this. But again, supplier and producer are interchangeable. In economics, we use them interchangeably. But when it comes to strict economics, they're different. Somebody is just going to market a computer village or buy laptops and bring them and sell them to me. He's not the producer of the laptop. He's just a seller or a vendor. Okay? We can't call him the producer of the laptop. But on the other hand, we can call him the producer because he's the one who went and bought them and brought them. So when it comes to strict economics, the person who bought computers from the computer village or from whatever and brought them to me is not the producer. Because the name of the maker of the laptops or whatever is written on the laptops. You are not Toshiba. You are not this, you are not that. You just went and bought and sold. But ordinarily, we call him producer. But in strict economic terms, he's not a producer, he's just a seller. Okay, so production has to do with changing raw materials into finished goods. Now, many people don't understand economics is practical. When I was in 100 level, I did not understand that economics was practical. Maybe I was stupid. I didn't understand that. I just thought it was just formulas and this one and that one and theories and so on. But economics is practical. You go to market, you watch a woman selling, you just watch how she haggles. Mama, this. How do you want to buy this for this price? And that's economics. And that's real life. It's real life. So if I want to produce bonds, I'll go to market, buy yeast, buy flour, buy sugar, buy all that I need, then bring them to my shop or to my house or to wherever, and then, mix them, maybe leave them for 10 hours or 12 hours. Of course, I have to have learned how to do it, and then, do whatever it is, then bake, and then, or other fry, now we're talking about buns, we fry, and then we have them to sell. That is a producer. So the producer needs one, raw materials. In this case, flour, sugar, milk, water, depending on how they're producing. But all the items they need for the production of the bonds must be listed and they must be bought. Then it needs, or implement that big spoon with holes. We call it ladle, or we call it whatever, frying spoon or whatever. He needs it. He needs to buy it. No, even from himself. This is total. So we'll buy it, and all ingredients cost them. Then we'll need that pan, frying pan. We'll buy it, cost it. Then we'll need that stand. Art school.
Coffee. Your coffee is right.
Okay, you can hear me now. Now you'll buy that stand, and then you buy charcoal, or you buy firewood, or you get a source of energy anyway. Okay, and then you cost them. Then where you stand to fry the buns, we call that land in economics. It's somewhere, or in a shop, or you're an open place. You cannot hang in the air and then produce. So where you are standing to produce your bonds is called land. Either you pay rent for it or whatever. If you're lucky, you don't pay anything. If you're unlucky, you pay rent. So you have to factor that. So you will need all those things I've listed are what we call factors of production. Now, these factors of production are categorized. You have land, you have labor, you have capital, you have enterprise or entrepreneurship. Now, what's labor? If you are the one frying the buns, you are part of labor. Of course, you are the manager, but you are part of labor because you are working somebody else to do it for you. So you're part of labor. So if you have somebody helping you for pay, somebody working with you, he's not helping you, he's working with you. Okay, at the end of a day or at the end of a week or every month, you pay them. Okay, so that's labor. There may be two, there may be three, there may be four, or you may be the only one for a start. If you are the only one, you have to cost yourself. You have to pay yourself. That's what I mean. You have to pay yourself because you're part of labor. So now you have labor, it has to be paid for. Then the land where you are generally is constant, except you have hired, you've taken up a shop, and at the end of a day, at the end of a month, you pay rents for the shop. So if your business increases and you need another shop, then now you have two shops instead of one. So you're going to pay for the extra shop. That's expansion. We call that. Okay. So at any rate, you need land, you'll pay for it. Then you will need labor, you'll pay for it. You will need capital. Now, what do we call capital in economics? We have different types of capital. But the one we are interested in capital, that means the machines. That man who has that long, big spoon, I think is aluminum or steel. Yes, it's aluminum generally. Okay, that big spoon with holes, that's part of capital. He bought part of what he has to use. Okay? He bought it, it's part of capital. Now, his source of energy is part of capital. His gas bottle, if he's using gas, is part of capital. All the tools he needs to use is part of capital. If he has a shop where he's doing his business, that shop is part of capital, etc. If he has to transport he has a vehicle, transports his bonds from where he does them to, say, the investment center or a place where he sells them here. That vehicle used for business is part of capital. We call that physical capital. Then we have financial capital. That's the money you bring in to the business, called financial capital. But we don't confuse them. When somebody talks about capital, try to imagine what's talking about. It's not always money. In economics, the tools you are using in your business, the cars, the vehicles, in this case, the pan, the things you buy, the materials you buy are part of capital. Now, then again, you'll have distinctions when you climb, maybe in accounting, they talk about some capital, they say it in a different way. Don't condemn them. That's the way they understand it. When it comes to economics, you learn what we call capital in economics. When you go to accounting, they tell about capital and they give you a different definition. That is their own definition. You take it, you learn it. When you grow up in economics, you see that what they told you in a complementary. So you don't tell them, oh, no, capital is not this. They told us in economics, capital is this. No. If you are in accounting, a defined capital for you. When you are solving problems in accounting, what I told you capital is, in economics solve your problem. So it's just like the left hand and the right hand. Somebody's looking at the right hand, and then you go somewhere, somebody looks at the left hand, and then start saying, there's a difference between this one and that one. No, they're just complementary. So you don't reject knowledge simply because what you knew before it looks different. At a point in time, realize that what they teach you in accounting and what they teach you in economics are just complementary. So I want you to understand that from the very beginning. So we have land, we have labor, we have capital, in this case, physical capital. Then we have the man who thought of the business or the woman who thought of the business and then went about buying this, buying that, buying that. Maybe he or she borrowed money, maybe drew from the bank account, maybe whatever. However, the person who brought the idea and who materialized the idea is called an entrepreneur or a businessman or woman. Okay? So, but the idea is called entrepreneurship. The whole concept is entrepreneurship. So, or managerial ability. Entrepreneur is French. Entrepreneurship is French, is English. They took a French word, added some English, so turned it into English. So entrepreneurship or enterprise or managerial ability or management mean basically the same thing. So you are the manager or the managing director. You are the one who formed your company, XYZ Bond Company or XYZ Flower Company or whatever. Okay? So you gave it a name, you employed people, labor now, you found yourself a piece of land somewhere, etc. You started coordinating and now you are selling. So all these factors of production are what makes production possible. That's why they're called factors of production. These are the things you need.
Sir, we can't hear you.
Can you?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So I was
Yes,
trying to
sir.
say that if you need to produce something, you need to create value. We call that production too. Value creation. If you need to create value, if you need to produce, then you need factors of production. And in economics, now, what are factors of production? Factors of production are the things you need to produce the good you want to produce. And you produce that good because you want to sell it. If you go to market, you buy this and buy that and go to your house and prepare bonds, well, that's production, but we're not interested in that. We're interested in the goods and services you produce because you want to sell them. In that case, you become the supplier. Okay? So if you want to produce goods or services, you have factors of production. The things that will help you produce are called factors of production. Economics, we have 4 of them. We may start with any one. It doesn't mean. Let me start now with land, labor, capital, enterprise, or entrepreneurship, or managerial ability, or management. Okay? So you need these 4. Now, generally, at this level, we don't make calculations on management or managerial ability or entrepreneurship. When you get to 400 level, you will see, you learn more about that. Now, land, generally, is fixed. We consider it fixed. So we don't do calculations on land, except we are into agriculture, where land is required on a large scale. So that means that at this level, and when we get to 200 level, we'll be talking about production. And when we want to concentrate on calculations, we are going to talk about labor, and we are going to talk about capital. So we will do our calculations on labor and do our calculations on capital. Why? Because they are easily varied. It's easy for me to employ somebody, to employ another one, to employ another one, to employ another one, or to sack one, to sack another one. That's very easy. And now that's labor. Capital, I can spend money on this, spend money on this, spend money on this, spend money on this. Okay, so that is capital general. So we will be looking at labor and looking at capital. Now, generally, we will hold one of these two fixed, and then we vary the other one. We keep on changing 1 unit at a time, one unit at a time, 1 unit at a time, 1 unit at a time, and then we're watching the output. Now, look at the man frying buns or the woman frying buns. Now, an economist is an observer. What do we look out for? We look out for people, how people deal with buying, how people deal with selling, how people deal with cooking, particularly when it is for supply. So an economist is an observer. So anytime you go to a man selling buns or a man selling akara or a man selling rice or whatever, just watch how he behaves. And when somebody comes and proposes a price, listen as an economist. Listen, what does the man say? That is the buyer now. What does he say? And then what does the supplier say to him in reply? With respect to the good they're selling. So that's how you start learning, because at a point in time, the conversation you listen to will come to play when you're at 200 level, 300 level, 400 level. Because we do, those are the things that interest us under production or under markets or whatever. Okay, that's under theory of markets now. So now, if you go to a man preparing bonds or a woman preparing bonds for sale, and there are many on campus, DLI, you find them. Now watch. Now, it takes beans, it's cooked, no, that's now. For bond sellers, we'll scoop from the flour, add to the oil, take, add to the oil, take, add to the oil, take, add to the oil. We'll be adding and adding and adding and adding and adding until the whole space is occupied. The frying and the oil in the basin is occupied, and then we will stop. And then we'll go to the first ones, we'll use a spoon or whatever, we start to turn them so that one will not overcook on one side and then not be cooked on the other side. So start turning from the beginning, start turning them down to the end. Then we start removing them from the fire or from the oil from the beginning. And then once he scoops, take some flour, back into the oil. From where he removed the first ones, then at a point in time, using his experience, we'll come back to these ones and remove them and then take, and then that's the way he does it. He's using the experience. And through that experience, the bonds is good or the bonds is not good, etc., etc. If the bonds are not good, not many people will go to him to buy. So he's very conscious of that. He wants the best bonds possible so that the buyers will advertise for him. There's a man on campus. If you buy bonds from him, even if you had 1 million and I want to spend it on, because the good is good, well prepared. So anyone who is into production, who is to be a supplier, who want to supply the best goods possible at the lowest cost. I'm not talking about price now. I'm talking cost. Because if the man gets involved talking with you and forgets the bonds on fire, and some of them get burnt, then he has lost revenue as a result of that. So they are very careful, very observant. They don't want any loss. So they want to produce the best output, the best quantity, the best bonds at the lowest cost. So the man or the woman preparing bonds will go from market to market, trying to find out where the oil is good, where it's cheaper, we'll buy from there. Where flour is good, where it's cheaper, we'll buy from there. Now we're going to talk about theory of markets, some market structure or theory of markets some other time. But you see the interwoven, one gets into the other, etc. So let me get back to production. The point is this: the producer needs to produce the best good at the lowest cost. The best goods at the lowest cost. So when he's employing somebody to work with him, he must make sure you know it, or he will train you. When he wants to buy flour, yeast, we want to buy the best at the cheapest price, that is at the lowest cost. Okay? When he wants to buy oil, he has to look for the best, because if you go there and buy, this oil is not good, this oil is not good, this oil, if you complain 3 or 4 times, you stay away from him. And any buyer, any demander lost, they call that customer. In economics, we don't use customer, okay? We use a demander or a buyer. Any demander lost is revenue lost and potentially a profit lost. That is, that profit that this man or woman should have brought is gone somewhere else. That's not too good. So the producer. So now, again, we go back. We have 4 factors of production at this level. When we want to do calculations, we concentrate on 2. We concentrate on capital, we concentrate on labor. Now, generally, we'll hold one constant and we vary the other one. And then at every point, we write down the quantity produced. If you hold labor constant, generally, let's say, if you hold labor constant and then we vary capital, what is our output at every level of labor? Okay? Then we will see. You will end up with a curve that goes up and at a point in time curves down. Just like I told you, the woman or the man frying buns has limited space. So we'll be scooping flour, putting in the pot on what do you call that, oil, boiling oil, and then we'll do that. Up to a point, we'll stop. At a point, we'll have to stop. And then we start removing the cooked buns or the prepared buns, the fried buns from fire. And then it's when he has done that up to a limit, we'll have to start adding, So that concept is very important. Very important because when we start plotting, I've told you, I'm just giving you a teaser today. This is not the lecture for today, but I'm just preparing because next time I'm going to do that. I'm going to plot graphs. Okay? Once you plot a graph, it's going to go up and then it's going to curve and start coming down. Meaning it's going to reach a limit and then start coming down. Just like when you throw something up, a stone up. The stone will go up, get to a limit, and then will start coming down. Okay? So that would be what we call production curve. You have something going up, reaching a maximum, then turning, and then start coming down. Okay? That is very, very important to us because that tells us a lot because we are going to study the behavior of that curve. And that curve will be changed into a function, mathematical form. We are going to learn the behavior of that curve. We are going to divide, we call that a production function. So we're going to divide that curve into segments, segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, and then we're going to tell you if you are producing, this is the best segment. Okay? This is the best. For example, from 0 to 5, then from 5 to 8, then from 8 to 20. So we tell you the best area of production or the best quantity you produce given the circumstance will be between 5 and 8. Don't produce less than 5. Don't produce more than 8. Then you ask me why. I say, but because this function, the way it behaves, tells me the best amount or the best quantity of bonds to produce should be between 5, maybe 500 bonds and 800 bonds. What is the consequence if I produce more? If you produce more, even if you sell more, your profits may be wiped out because you have produced beyond what you are supposed to have produced.
Nothing. I know.
What
I know on the class.
What if I
Don't know.
produce less than 5? If you produce less than 5, you have cheated yourself. You've cheated yourself.
What is your name?
Please, anytime you want to hold a discussion, remember we are online and that these things are being recorded. Remember we are online and these things are being recorded. Okay?
That man is just
Right,
taking time. I don't know it. I don't even know. I don't understand it.
This is just.
It's up to 2 hours now.
This is.
I'm an economy. Okay. No problem.
This guy is no.
So I'm giving you time to finish talking. When you finish talking,
For now.
I will. Okay, what we've talked about under production is just for you to see what production looks like. So you don't just get into production for fun. You get into production after you've done so many calculations. You don't just start producing, except maybe you want to produce bonds, and if you have some bonds remaining, you start eating them or take them home or whatever. We're not talking about that type of business. We're talking about very serious business. In fact, if you produce bonds and you end up eating them, you produce bonds tomorrow, you end up eating them. You produce bonds On Friday, you end up eating them. Saturday, you end up eating them. Sunday, you end up eating them. Monday, you end up eating them. My friend, you better go and do something else. Because it looks like you are losing your money. You don't know what you're doing. In business, we want to make a profit. We want to offer a good. Okay? But through that, we want to make some money. You offer a service, through that, you want to make a money. You want to make money. That's what it is. So we'll meet next week, God willing, from 8 to 10. And that's when we'll handle production proper. That's when I'll give you, we will discuss production. All right. So thank you very much for your time. See you next week. Have a nice day. Whatever
Okay,
questions you
thank you
have,
very much.
yeah,
Thank
whatever
you, sir, for
question you
the
have,
class. Thank you, sir.
thank you. All right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much, sir.
Thank
Please,
you,
We'll
the
see you next
slide.
time.
Thank you, sir.
I'll give you, if you want the slides, I'll give you. If you want the notes, I'll give you.
Right.
Okay. I want students to concentrate on what are being taught, to be able to see what the lecturer has in mind. For example, what demand looks like. They say a line that slopes downward at the university should be thoughtful. You have to see it on your mind. You have the x-axis, you have the y-axis, you have origin. You've done that in secondary school. Then the line, go up, draw a line, straight line that slopes downward. You must be able to do that at university. Then for supply, you have a line from near the origin, draw a straight line that slopes upward. You must be able to do that. You don't need a slide for that. Okay? You must be able to do that. It's when you train your mind to do that, that you can solve problems in mathematics. Because you'll have statistics, you have econometrics, you have mathematics. You'll be able to see things, not necessarily physically. Once somebody describes it, you'll be able to see it on your mind. Okay? All right. So we see you next time. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. All right. Bye-bye.
So 9 days. I'll say 9 days in a week. I'll say 9 days in a week. I'll say 9 days in a week.
Who be you?
Don't be able to handle it.
What's in lower?
You understand it? So be happy
No,
every
no, you
cannot have 9 days in a week.
no, no, stay. Bye bye.
Days to not cover that excess happiness. So have a 9 days. Has a 9 days in a week. Try to be happy, not to be angry. Daily basis. Has a 9 days in a week. My God, of you, over and on. Over in the sea. Jehovah Jireh. have this. Sorry. don't really know the issue. Specific issue make you angry like an animal. So don't know the specific issue. So, don't even know what is that. Which new meeting again?